We here. We are live. How's it going, everybody? Let's got the tweet out there. Let's copy the link. Alright, we out there. Oh, I gotta update the stream decker. I am an idiot. There we go. Let's get this up there. Set as currents. Copy URL. Do. Contact. Boom. Add deck lists. Bam. Cool. Alright, now just to wait for a little bit. Wait for some friends to arrive. Legacy League, 100 points. Yes, yes. Alright, we're there. We're in there. Just gonna wait for some more folks to show up, and then we'll get into the gaming. What do I dip my fries in? I make my own dippy. I just made one tonight. It's funny that you ask that. But I like making mayo-based sauces that have a lot of tang, a lot of spice, a lot of zing in them. Hope everyone's having an alright evening, or whatever time of day it is, for wherever you live. It's evening here, though. If it's evening, why is it still 85 out? That's a great question that I don't have a good answer for. Unfortunately, I would also really like it to not be 85 out, but here we are. Different Art Bowmasters. I was wondering how long it was going to take, honestly, and I'm glad it was you, Child. If you can blame a certain friend of the stream, XJ Cloud, tell him thank you for lending them to me, but also you should get ones that look the same. It honestly might partially be my fault, because I know I was trying to get some for him, like right after the set released, but I actually don't recall which versions. I know I got 2 of them, but I don't know which of these 2 I got for him. So Oh boy. Alright, let's bring up Scryfall real quick for that one. Hopefully this is enough. Yeah, there we go. Alright, cool. 2 red. When Grishnak, Brash, and Instigator enters the battlefield, and Mass Orcs too. Alright, so it's like a 1/1 and a 2/2. When you do, until end of turn, gain control of target non-legendary creature an opponent controls with power less than or equal to the amassed army's power. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. I'm gonna say no. It seems like a perfect fit for the red splash, honestly, but no, it's not good enough. I'm sorry. I have to say, like, I definitely wish that these all matched. I'm not sure whether that upsets me more or less than my entire mana base being old border, except for this one Igonjo. Just sticking out here like a sore thumb over here. But yeah, so anyway, I'm gonna play the Black Splash tonight. This is something that, as mentioned, XJ Cloud has been kind of working on. He had the idea of playing Bowmaster in the deck, which, I mean, I get it. Bowmaster is really good in Legacy. It also gives D&T the opportunity to actually lower its curve. Like, when I was playing last week, honestly, I was playing a second Lion Sash, and I wasn't super into it, but I just like wanted a card that was quote-unquote cheaper. I say cheaper in quotes there because Lion Sash technically is a 2-drop, but also takes like infinity mana after that. And there's just no other white card you can really play at 1 or 2 mana that like is good and lowers the curve. Bowmaster's great though. It's taken over the I mean, I shouldn't say taking over the format, but it is very clearly here to stay. And it is a good card in this kind of deck, honestly. It also gets you access to a bunch of other cool black cards like the Opposition Agent you play in the main deck to, you know, keep yourself safe from random nonsense. You get to play a one-off Plague Engineer in your board to recruit for in certain matchups like that. And one thing I actually really like about this is that you get to play Thoughtseize in your sideboard, which is like, it lets you... It's basically versatile against all combo decks, which is pretty cool. And obviously you have to be on the play, which is sort of a problem, but it's better than what you get out of mono white, which is you have to both be on the play and specifically have like your 1 of Grafdigger's Cage, your 2 of Deafening Silence, and if those cards aren't good in that specific matchup, then you just have nothing, basically. But Thoughtseize is pretty versatile. Who knew that Thoughtseize would be a good card, right? Hey, Mako Art. Thank you so much for coming by. I'm glad you were able to catch it live, too. But anyway, that's, you know, sort of the logic behind the Black Splash. This is the first Splash list I've ever played. I've always been pretty resistant to them in the past. Although I think both the Red Splash that has been popular, or that has been on and off popular for the last year or so, and this Splash both actually look good. I think I definitely am biased a bit against them because they used to be like you were splashing because you had to, because the deck was like bad. And I feel like the splash just gave you a way to kind of get free wins in weird ways, but didn't actually solve any fundamental problems with the deck in like a holistic way. And I feel like both of these splashes actually do that, which is cool. So we're gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna have a fetch land in my hand and have to like actually think about what land it's gonna be in play. It's pretty weird. Alright, on the draw. Okay, well, we don't have to think about this one. Yeah, this is a pretty solid 1 land Vial hand, but I'm not going to keep it, especially because my opponent also mulled the 6, so Let's just mulligan to a more stable hand. Let's see. Other than Solitude having a slightly lower percentage of having a white card in hand, what staples do you think get worse with the splash? It's mostly just that you are more vulnerable to the kinds of cards you get to ignore, more like Blood Moon. Like, you get to be... You are both more and less resilient to Wasteland in weird ways because you can aggressively fetch for basics. But you have more opportunity, more situations where you can like get cut off of a color. Also, the when Delver is a good deck, which it is now back to being, your fetch lands aren't free. It is kind of nice that your deck just doesn't deal damage to you at all in mono white, but that's not true in the splash builds. This is another one land Vile hand. We might have to keep it on 6. We at least have like 3 cards that we can cast off the scrub lands. And any land also means that the Bowmasters will come into play. I think I'm gonna keep it. It's definitely a bit risky though. Yeah, fetch the Badlands. Yeah, that would be really funny. Yeah, I'm gonna keep, and I think we're just gonna bottom the opposition agent here. Yeah. Interesting. I'm not sure what to make of that, but I will play Aethervile. Oh, will I fetch wrong? Oh boy. If you say that I won't fetch wrong, I really, really appreciate the confidence. Well, this is a way for us to get God, I guess. Yeah. All right, let's see what happens. Oh, right, yeah, they are not making a construct with like no mana, of course. Yeah, it is worth noting. It may be that the black splash is the best at any given time. But I definitely do not believe at this point in time that any of the builds are bad. They all have their own strengths and their own weaknesses, and you can absolutely play any of them, and you'll do fine. If you do not want to own scrub lands like me, just keep playing mono white, and you're going to do fine. You will be better in some matchups, you will be worse in others, and it kind of just comes down to whatever you want to be better against. Yes, the blue splash is bad. The green splash also kind of doesn't exist. But yeah, the red and the black splash are both good. All right. Yes, it's only good in Battle of the Woods. That's very important, yeah. Yeah, so the red splash plays Magus of the Moon. It also plays Pyroblasts. That's mainly what it's for. All right, we're getting defense gridded, which is pretty bad. Although apparently we're living, so that's cool. We also get to violin this second Bowmaster, potentially, which is pretty cool. Alright. We finally have a fetch land. We'll see if I do it wrong. Yeah, we will just play mom, pass. That Inventor's Fair life gain trigger might actually be huge here. Oh no, I still... If they tap the one ring, then I think they actually are still dead. Because I violin Bowmaster, ping them for 1, they go to 10. And then they... Sorry. If they tap Ancient Tomb, and then tap the one ring, then they're dead. Because I violin Bowmaster, ping them for 1, they draw 4, and then take 8, and they've already taken 2 damage from the tomb. So sure. They exile Saga off the top of their deck. That makes some sense. Manifold Key, sure. Yes, make sure to get your predictions in the next 4 minutes to see if I fetch wrong. I'll do my best not to crack this fetch unless I have to, but notably I think it's hard to fetch. It seems difficult to fetch wrong here, because I think I can just get a plains with it, and it doesn't matter, because I already have a black source out here if I need it. They're making mana, sure. I think we're only really in trouble. I think the scariest thing they can do is probably just cast another ring. Yeah, I think we just let that resolve. Yeah. So here, we kind of have to ping ourselves, but I think that's fine. I guess actually we can ping the... No, we can ping the orc because it will gain... Yeah, never mind. So... Right, because... Yeah, it doesn't die because of state-based effects. So it doesn't even matter if we target our... We don't have to even target ourselves with the first one, right? We can just always target the orc. Because it'll become a 2-2 with 1 damage on it, right? Yeah. So we take 1 unnecessary damage. Yeah, yep, exactly. No reason to vial the Bowmaster in. They have protection anyway. I'm going to keep this on 2, make sure that we can cast the Bowmaster. That might matter, we'll see. I'll just keep that in my hand and we'll pass. Can't hit them for any damage, so... They do take 4, though, so that's pretty big. They kind of need... They do need to kill us without drawing any more cards. That's for sure. Obviously, Mystic Forge helps with that, but... We'll see what they get to. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna happen a lot, isn't it? No, it was F6. Yeah, a lot of singular rings. It is pretty dumb how much better the one ring is in multiples, huh? All right, all right, all right. If I must. There we go. You've had your fun. This is definitely a situation where Spirit of Labyrinth would be better. It is worth noting. Why do I think the One Ring is the most busted card introduced to all formats since Oko? I'm not even sure that that's true. But it is kind of a bummer. I'm not going to argue with that. Okay. I just want them to show me how they're winning the game. It's annoying that this takes so many clicks. I don't think that, though. Also, Ren and 6 was before Oko. Um, but yeah, Breach is the one that I was mostly thinking of as being clearly worse. And companions, yeah, obviously, particularly Laros. Yeah, Ren and 6 came out in like the spring of 2019, and then Oko came out in that fall. It was a hell of a year. Yeah, let's not forget War of the Spark, Modern Horizons 1, and Throne of Eldraine all came out in the same year. Dreadhorde Arcanist, yeah, also the same year. You don't need this much mana. Can you just kill me, please? It's going all right, Sleepy. How about you? All right, they showed me Walking Ballista. We can go home. Okay, I want to bring in Pithing Needle for sure. I also want to bring in these Thought Seizes. Surgicals are probably not good. Judgment's probably fine. What do we want to get rid of? Jite sucks. Sash sucks. I guess all the equipment's kind of bad, right? We just want Cauldra to kill them faster. But also these Mother of Runes don't do anything. So that's interesting. That makes me wonder if Surgical is just worth bringing in because we have a lot of other cards that suck. They can have construct tokens. I think that's basically it. Is it better to have 8 plows than a 1/1 that attacks for 1? I'm not sure. I'm inclined. I guess Sash is at least a bigger threat, probably. Maybe it's like this. The Surgical obviously is not very good, but like we can maybe make sure that they only get to cast like the second ring and not the third and the fourth, which I realize is kind of sad, but you know, that's where we're at sometimes. I think it almost certainly does. Alright, I'm gonna try this. I would love to play first. I will reveal my companion, and what do we got? This hand can do some good things, but it's pretty slow. I don't think this really gets there. I'm gonna have to mulligan. This hand looks really good, actually. I think it was keep bottom solitude. We go Thoughtseize, Spirit, and then hopefully draw a land so we can Thoughtseize Stoneforge. Yeah, this feels pretty good. Alright, let's get them. Alright. City, Saga, Workshop. I think this... On the one hand, this is pretty dependent on the One Ring, but we have the Spirit for it already. So I think we take them off of mana with the Monolith, maybe? Maybe letting them... No, because I just don't... I'm curious how many answers they even have to Spirit in their deck. They probably have some number of Dismember, but not that many. And they don't have them now. So I'm inclined to say we just take the mana by getting rid of Monolith, and we'll play Spirit next turn. We get punished by another Lotus Petal. We don't get punished by another Monolith because they already can't Monolith and Key in the same turn to like cast the One Ring on turn 1 or something stupid. Yeah, so if they draw a Lotus Petal, they can cast Ring, and then yeah, they can draw like a card. So yeah, I think we just take Monolith. Okay, cool. Yep, Saga, play Key, probably play Petal. Yep, okay. Ooh, that Opposition Agent could be pretty spicy. I think this is a matchup where we can just safely fetch duels. there's the workshop. Okay. We unfortunately can't attack. We also didn't draw a land, so we can't agent them either. We can plow the token. I just think that's a pretty. I think plowing the token just to attack with spirit is way worse than casting Stoneforge here, because Stoneforge is just going to negate all of the constructs anyway. So yeah, I would rather just cast Stoneforge here. Thankfully, they don't get to make another construct here. We go for Opal. They have another workshop. Okay. They have Metalcraft, so Workshop does the same as City, without the drawback. A Karn. Well, that's worse. Hell of a card for them to draw on the first 2 turns. Oh, you mean playing City last turn. Got it. That was not clear to me. Alright, they Needle Stoneforge. The nice thing here is that we get to get this construct out of the way, which then lets us kill the Karn, attack them for 1. So I know that their hand is City, 1 ring, and another card. I guess I should just Thoughtseize them, right? Because it's not. I'm never gonna get any good top deck because with the amount of mana that they have in play anyway. So I should just Thoughtseize now. If I take the ring, then sure, that's not that bad, especially knowing they have 2 City of Traders now. Yeah. That is true. Surgicals are alive now. Okay. I think I also would Surgical Karn, actually. Alright, well, we got this Opposition Agent up, which I don't think is going to really do anything at this rate. I guess there's a chance they will, like, draw an Inventor's Fair and try to crack it right away. That's probably the most likely thing. Paradox Engine, okay. Oh yeah, yeah, it adds to the clock for sure. I'm gonna cast it. It's just not likely to be much more than a 3/2 with flash. I'm also gonna fetch here. Let's get the last Scrubland out of the deck. Another Spirit of the Labyrinth is pretty good. gets them to 2 next turn. Yeah, I'll put Yorion in my hands. Whatever. Mystic Forge is a hell of a draw. Thankfully, they can only activate it once. Yep, right. I can have 6. Another Mystic Forge. I guess that doesn't really do anything, so that's fine. I just need them to hit 2 lands, basically. Right? Yeah, and they can. Yeah, right. They can cast Call of the Spell, so a Karn on the top is fine, but a land is not. So I just need them to hit a land, have to mill it, and then not be able to mill the second one. So. Okay. No. Really? You gotta be kidding me. I just needed them to hit 1 more land. That is brutal. Alright, well, let's go to the next one. Oh, did the big dog come down? Yeah, he did. Hey, Ringo, what's up? It might just be perspective. The One Ring kind of sucks, not gonna lie. Alright, we're against none other than Dank Confidant. Let's see how we do. This hand looks fine. The basic swamp might be a little awkward, but we can fetch for the basic plains, so I think we are A-okay. We got a good curve. Tropical Island Ponder. Definitely could be a wasteland deck, so I'll start with the fetch for plains. Solitude could be a good one. We'll see. All right, we'll grab a plains. Cast Mom. Interesting, interesting. I'll just play another basic and cast Thalia. Brainstorm response. Brainstorm response. There's the brainstorm. Oh right, they knew the top card still from the ponder. The ponder did not shuffle, so that's what was going on there with that pre-brainstorm fetch. Wow. Okay, sure. I guess you got me. I will play the Vista first. Alright, cool. Recruiter resolves, so we'll grab a Stoneforge Mystic, wherever it is. There it is. I will do my best to beat the mismatched Tundras. And a Swords on the Recruiter right away, huh? That is interesting. It's because you're playing a Teferi? Yeah, sure. I missed a land drop there. I don't really want to Skyclave the Teferi. That actually, maybe Skyclave the Teferi is fine. If we cast Stoneforge, it'll just get bounced, so we're not going to be any closer to having anything in play. And if we Skyclave the Teferi, that means it'll be before they actually got a card off of it. And we have the Solitude if we need to deal with like an Uro or something, which doesn't look like it will be a problem soon, but I could get Lion Sash. I don't think I want to, though. Yeah, but if I get Cauldra first, and then if I get Cauldra first and let them bounce it, then I feel like I'm not progressing anything, right? And I don't really want to get I don't really want to get Sash first and just play both, just to pressure the Teferi, because I would really like to Cauldra them soon. So I think I'm going to Skyclave it. Delighted Halfling, okay. Good to know that they're that kind of deck. And we would have drawn another Stoneforge anyway, so. Alright, I will start by attacking here. Cast the first Stoneforge. It resolves. Okay. Then I'll just get Cauldro with the first. And Sash with the second. I was thinking about Terminus number 2. The reason I decided to live with it is because it would also get rid of the halfling, which is kind of nice. And this cast nothing, huh? Well, I'm going to put Cauldron in. Yeah, I'll attack with Skycliff. Whatever. Hey, Arthur Bizbochi. Hope I pronounced that right. Welcome to the stream. Thanks so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good time. I could hold up Stoneforge for Sash or Batterskull. I think I'm just gonna put Yorion in my hand though. Oh man, I'm not used to lands I can tap for multiple colors without an Urborg or a Yavimaya in play. Gotta get used to it. Is a prismatic ending probably on the Germ token? Yeah. Another halfling. Swords to plowshares. I'll stack with Skyclave. See if they go for a double block. Doesn't seem likely, but you never know. Deal. And now I will just hold back and I can Stoneforge in some friends. Let's toss in the Batterskull. I went to college together forever ago. Oh, do you? If you don't mind sharing your name, if you don't do it in Twitch, you can DM me and I'll see it there. But yeah, cool. That's sick. Actually, I'm really glad to see you around, whoever you might be. Your name definitely looks familiar, but I don't remember what I would have seen it from. So, come on, Batterskull. Let's go. Bro, Viscaj, you went to college with me too? That's crazy. Next you're going to say that we, like, shared a dorm room together or something. But that would be preposterous. All right, sick. Spirit of the Labyrinth. Okay. Because I know they have Terminus, and because I want to make my Stone Forges into actual threats, I'm going to reconfigure Sash over to a Stone Forge, and then we'll attack. And all is pass. Alright. Just taking this one nice and slow. Teferi is a little annoying, but we'll live. Bouncing Sash. I'm going to eat Terminus on the way out. And I can F6 here. Sure. And a Wasteland on the Crocus? Yeah, okay. Well, they are not making much progress, thankfully. And I'm happy to draw Vista here also. I do not have lethal, sadly. But I will put them to 2. I'm just going to equip one of these with Batterskull. Kill the Teferi with the little Stone Forge. Put them to 2 with the bigger one. Alright, Brainstorm, pass. Interesting. I can just cast Sash, equip it. I have 2 lethal attackers again. Force them to chump one and remove the other. Yep. All right, cool. We got there. Let's see. So I definitely want Judgment in this matchup. I'm tempted to bring in Surgical because they're would have cast Spirit since Brainstorm into Terminus grabs your Sash. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, okay, I see that. Some Council Judgment, Surgical, either for Terminus or for Uro. Both are pretty good targets. Didn't see any Lauren targets there. Not many other bad. I guess because it's a Terminus deck, Mom looks less appealing. I think I like the rest of the deck though. I guess GT is like not great. I'm not sure what I'd bring in for the GT though. It could be that the third Mom is better than the GT, but Not sure. I'm going to say that it is not. Hello? Magic Online? Chat, are you there? Okay, yeah, it's my moto. We're good. It's at least not my internet. But my Magic Online sure is struggling. I'm going to give it a second. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yorion Death Shadow. I don't know. That deck seems weird. It's probably fine. But it's I don't necessarily see what Yorion is doing for that deck, I guess is the main question I have. Alright, yeah, we're getting out of here. Yeah, it blinks Bowmasters and Strix too, but like... Let's get back in there. No idea what ended up getting submitted, but... You're not crashing again, Moto. Okay, good. It listened. It is not crashing again. Okay. It took 7 clicks, but I'm revealing my companion. We're good. Okay. We got there. This hand is pretty good. I think I'm happy to keep it. Opponent mulled to 6 as well. Gonna play a fetch land first. Crazy. Well, that Aether Vial changes things. Right on time. What do you want to do here? I'm tempted to just cast Spirit here. Maybe that's worse than holding up Bowmaster, but I have a feeling that they are going to hold up the requisite removal. But maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe I just make them do it. Yeah. We'll Bowmast. That is a verb now. Can't tell me otherwise. I imagine we are kind of telegraphing the Bowmaster a bit hard here, but whatever. Okay. Yeah, so they're gonna have the swords here, but that's not the worst. He is masting the bow. Thank you. Someone gets it. They did not hit their 3rd land drop again, so that's cool. How do I want to sequence this? I think I'm gonna just want to cast so many things. I think what I'm going to do is I really want to finally cast the vial. I guess if we're going to cast the vial, we probably do it like now or wait forever. So there's a chance we just play Crocus and play Thalia, but I guess that's probably just too good to ignore, huh? Yeah. Force Pitch Ponder, sure. Oh, I should have cast the vial there, but I was not anticipating the Forcible for some reason. Is this a Teferi? Yeah. At least here we still get to play Vial, cast Thalia, keep up Crocus. The Youth might have been just me not casting the Vial after the Thalia got forced. Tick up. What do we got here? Another Caracas. Alright, well, let's see what happens on this attack. They try to flash something in. We have swords. They do not, so that's even better. I could cast Spirit, or I could put Yorion in my hand and Vial in Spirit next turn. I'm feeling like I want to wait and Vial in the Spirit. They are swordsing Thalia here? Is that what's going on? I'm trying to do something. Oh, right, because they plus the Teferi. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Figured it out. Still no lands for them. Ooh, that's a good one. I'm gonna go with the Recruiter because it uses our mana better. And we will get a Stoneforge to kill him with. Whoops. Yeah, I'm also not sure. Alright, we'll just attack again. What do I want to do here? There's a lot of mana to pass. Like, what would they not be casting here? I was thinking the exact same thing, just mom and pass, try to get something out of them. It could be Minsk stuck in hands. They would almost certainly be casting any cantrips that they have, because I have not been keeping up Bowmaster if it was in my hand. So I don't know. I think I like mom pass. It's likely to at least get like a targeted removal spell if they don't have a Terminus. And then just makes the Stoneforge more likely to stick. But I feel like if they had Uro, it would have been cast. Okay, there we go. I might just do it again. Um, because it could just be that they have more removal and they don't want to swords the Thalia. Like neither of these are good targets because we can bounce the Thalia and the recruiter already got its card. Um, See, I'm just gonna do it again. I feel like this is putting the screws on them in an interesting way. So. It's a good way to force out the. Oh, that's annoying. It's a good way to force out the removal without making Terminus a huge issue. Is a okay. One ring. But Mom is untapping, and we can now put Spirit into play. And we have Bowmaster back up. Okay, cool. Alright, I like this then. Cast Spirit, hold up Bowmaster. Yeah, I'll just keep getting stuff out of your hands. Pro green. Yeah, okay. They can see it. Got there. Cool. I assume there's going to be a follow-up removal spell, but I guess that was just their form of concession. What do you mean Bowmaster better than the Spirit? There, you want to cast Bowmaster on our turn, or if cast Bowmaster before tapping Mom? Okay. Interesting. Maybe. I think my logic was hoping that like if we protect the Spirit from the Force of Vigor, they probably have a follow-up removal spell. And then yeah, I'm it feels like if they like the only way that they can really progress forward is dealing with the Spirit because it's going to kill them anyway, and the only way for them to really get any further from there is to also activate the ring, in which case the Bowmaster then having after eating up 2 removal spells between the Force of Vigor and whatever the follow-up is, that the Bowmaster basically just kills them. That was kind of what I was. That's kind of what I was playing towards, at least. So this hand is fine. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Opponent mold to 6. We'll see if that means anything. Interesting. Rhinos. probably some pretty normal Rhinos cards in here if I had to guess. We got Force and we got Forces, we got Spirit Guides, we got Cascaders, Minsk and Boo. Yeah, okay. Okay. Alright, what's the right way to sequence this? So we have to decide which card we're pitching to the Solitude. It's probably Mom. I also said we're wastelanding this. We might have to, as much as I don't really love it. Alright, so what's the best way to get through all of this damage? I guess what we probably want to do is pitch Spirit to the Solitude, get one of the Rhinos, put Mom into play. Mom can start blocking the Shardless Agent. And then between taking up Recruiter and playing, or taking up Vial to get Recruiter into play and playing lands, we can either get like a Stoneforge for a Batterskull, or we can just get a Wisp and get rid of the second Rhino token. We don't really have a great way to deal with the second Footfalls as of now, but I think that's part of why we just need to Wasteland and keep them away from it as long as possible. So yeah, let's start with the Solitude, pitching the Spirit. Cool, it resolves. Get this out of here. Pass. Another Seagate Reborn. That's the Restoration one, right? Yeah, okay. Alright, we take 6. Put in Mom. Hopefully draw a 2-drop or something like that. That is not a 2-drop. I will cast it, though. Interesting. So, yeah. I mean, I'll save the 1 damage. If you're gonna let me. It is... I guess they're playing around a 2-drop off of Vial, so that's reasonable, but we didn't have one, so we just saved some damage for free, which is pretty nice. Cool, so that lets us... we can Violent Recruiter, probably get a Wisp, and then just Wisp the Rhino token, and then we'll be able to get Yorion in our hand, take up from there, and that'll be how we stabilize. Yeah, cool. Recruiter, get a Flicker Wisp. This is not a Wasteland matchup, so we can just get Scrublands. Get that out of here. They're still only on 1 land. Okay, now they're on 2 lands, but they used, yeah, 1 of each Spirit Guide earlier, so. Alright. Let's take up to 2 and 4. So if they go end step Violent Outburst, then we're still okay, even if we attack with Wisp, right? They can attack us for 10, but we can block 2 with the Mom. Yeah. Okay, that's annoying. If we draw another land, then it's fine, but... Okay, so now they can just fulfills. Okay. If this gets a fire or ice out of their hand or whatever, I'm pretty fine with that. Yeah, sure. Let's see what we get here. Ooh, wastelands. I guess casting Yorion is kind of like a wastelands. So I'll do that first. Flicker the Wisp. Comes back. Get rid of their Seagate. Restoration. It will not come back. And then we'll waste them off of probably red. I'll keep this vial on 3 for now. And they can see it. Cool. Okay. What do I want in my sideboard? I like Judgment as extra removal. I like Surgicals because dealing, as we kind of saw in that game, even our hand wasn't like that good at dealing with the first set of Rhinos. The point is, you basically can't lose unless they Rhino you like multiple times pretty quickly, and Surgical keeps them from doing it more than once, basically. And after that, you just have to worry about like Minsc and Boo, which your deck is pretty set to handle already. Our Thoughtseize is good. They're probably better than some other things. Lauren is basically a blank. I don't really want Cauldron in this matchup because I want my equipment to stabilize me. Like I mentioned, we only really care about... we just need to stabilize and the game's kind of free after that. What else? Skyclay is like fine enough because of Minsc and Boo. Opposition Agent doesn't do anything against Cascading, so it would only be good against fetch lands, which is kind of whatever. I'm inclined to cut that. I'll put the cuts over here just so we're organizing them. GTake can be good for the life gain, so I should keep that. Spirit and Bowmasters, they don't really draw any cards, do they? Minsc and Boo is it, right? And I guess Ice. And yeah, Spirits are probably worse than Bowmasters. Scully1994, welcome to the stream. Thanks so much for the follow. So then what's the last cut here? Mom is like whatever, because Fire and Ice means they'll usually get something out of it, and yeah, it doesn't matter that much for blocking because of Trample. And actually, I should bring in Plague Engineer because that'll at least trade with... It can trade with a Rhino and turn them into 3/3s, both of which are pretty big. I think I'm fine just cutting another mom. Mom's just not that impressive. This looks fine to me. Yeah, okay. Let's see. What do we got here? Of course you think Yorion should still come in. You can't get enough. This hand is not great. Um, excuse me. Let me think. So, Thoughtseize is okay, but it only really shines if they don't Rhino us on turn 1, which they certainly might not, but it's not, I don't think that's foolproof. I think if Thoughtseize gets their first Cascader and they don't have a second one, then I think this hand is okay, because the Iganjo is going to help with it. Bowmasters gets bodies into play. Sash can start getting big. I wish the Skyclave had a cleaner target. I think that's the big thing that's making me feel iffy about it. I think this Thoughtseize has the potential to be potent enough that I will keep it, but I'm not certain about this by any means. That feels like a violent outburst. Solitude helps a lot, though. That's for sure. So let's see what they got over there. Yeah, so they can. Yeah, they got outburst. Let's see if they have any. There's Furies. Yeah, mostly normal. All normal stuff. Alright, I got a force out of their hand at least. And they have Beseiju and Scalding Tarns. Their hand is basically empty after this, which is nice. I'm going to wait until their upkeep, and then I'm going to pitch this Skyclave to kill one of them. One of them Rhino tokens. Whoops. There we go. There's the Scalding Tarn. Hit for 4. Owie. Another land is great, because that means we can Iganjo the second Rhino here. I am going to play the Sash, because it'll be the best use of a lot of our mana over the next few turns. Overthink, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I guess the iffy part about Sash is that they already have the Beseiju, but I'm actually not certain that I am upset about getting a land out of this. If they decide to go for the Beseiju here. Oh, they just had a fire. Okay. A little bit worse, but still fine. Alright, playing the Beseiju. And they ice me. In that case, I will Bowmaster. What do we get here? Aether Vial. Okay. Okay. Well, That was a little annoying, but I think we're going to be okay. I'm not going to block here, because I think I need these creatures in play to make sure I actually kill them in time. Stoneforge is a great draw. Can't play it yet, but it's a good one. Yeah, I can't beat a Violent Outburst anyway, so I'm just going to attack. Minsk and Boo. That means I'm dead, doesn't it? Yeah, it sure does. Damn. You got me. Does that... I don't think that changes anything. Needle could name Minsk and Boo, just like cut off that avenue of killing me. I'm not sure if that's worth it. I definitely have the tendency to, like, if I can imagine a card having text, then I would bring it in, but I feel like that might be too narrow because most games will be able to deal with the Minsk and Boo well enough. Yeah. I will just submit. What do we got here? Swords, Thalia, Solitude. This one is alright. It's a one lander. But this isn't a deck that punishes those as hard. And we have our hand as it is deals with the first rhinos. So I think I am going to keep this. It's a little risky, but oh yeah, Plague Engineer is in my deck. At least I was pretty sure I boarded it in. Yeah, okay. Viola gets forced, which is a little yucky, but we can still cast the Swords in Solitude for the first rhinos, so. And we have a lot of good draws, so. Getting Thalia into play before any Cascade spell gets cast is pretty solid, so. I'm just going to hold up some Bowmasters here. Casting a Fury just for the Thalia. They pitched 2 Spirit Guides to do it. Okay, sure. I suppose. Still going to cast Bowmaster end of turn just to get a threat into play. And then... Ooh, that's even better. Yeah, okay, let's start with the Thoughtseize. Perfect. Get rid of that Shardless Agent. Swords the Fury. All they have left in their hand is essentially a land. They obviously have some icky top decks, but our hand can still deal with them well enough. So. Smork indeed. You have a question. What is your question? I'm going to do this just to increase my clock slightly. Get an extra damage out of the deal. Oh wait, what did I leave at the bottom of the stairs? Sorry, give me a second. Let's see. So I think we place Sash here because Sash will make sure that we have lethal next turn. Right? Yeah. We can eat 1, 2, 3, 4 permanents at least, so. Another Fury, huh? Malaysia or Molejo, whichever way it is pronounced. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. I guess I just let that go. There's no value in eating anything there. Yeah. Hopefully we draw a land here. Nice. Yeah. Let's see, how many? We have 2, yeah, 2 more counters on footfalls, so as is, they'll die before that matters. And yeah, cool. They can see. No, please, definitely play Rhinos over Doomsday. Please, Rhinos is so much better, I swear. Chyla, stop it. Stop. Alright, what do we got this time? This hand is okay. Yeah, I think his hand's fine. It's not amazing. But has a vial, has some basics. Got good matchups for Thalia, good matchups for Lauren. We'll see. Snow-covered islands is likely to be a decent Thalia matchup. Definitely giving me some combo vibes. The Misty's a little weird, but that can also just be totally normal. You never know. What do we got here? Another land, huh? I think I'm just gonna play this Thalia and be sad if it gets force. It resolves. Cool. Island Swamp. Bowmasters. Annoying. Alright. Then I think... Yeah, here I'm just gonna grab a plains, put Yorion in the hand. Gonna try to hide the black splash, but the fetch is already a little sketchy there, so I'm guessing they know if they are paying attention. That's true. I guess the Mesa would hide it better, but I'll say that's fetching wrong. I'll resolve that in a second. Hold up. Cool. All right, there we go. I did fetch wrong. We got there, or something. I'm sorry to everybody who believed in me, but you shouldn't have believed in me. I haven't cracked a fetch lane in so long. Oh, is that what it is? You can't resolve it if you vote. That makes sense. Forest is given some Allurin vibes again. It's been mentioned in chat before. I feel like we didn't have enough info to really go off of, but I see it. I'm just going to pass and keep this vial on 3 right now. There's no reason to put anything in play here, I don't think. This time I will just play Scrublands. We're going to show them. There's no avoiding it at this point, so. I think it's close enough to fetching wrong. It is, realistically, it's playing the wrong land, but it's playing the wrong land in the context of fetch lands, so. I guess I probably should have just cast the Yorion there. If it gets countered, I'm not super concerned. Yeah, I should just be on 4-5 mode here. Another bow friend. They could be a Daze deck, but I think with this many basics, it's not super likely. Interesting. Nice. I think this is worth using the Skyclave on. Take away a single draw. I'm going to keep this on 3 for the moment. I'm not sure if that's right, but let me see. So I think I'm going to cast Yorion here. I could blink the Skyclave to get a Bowmaster out, but with 2 of them in play, that seems kind of dumb. And it also kind of forces me to use the swords on that token, likely. So I think I'm just going to cast a 4/5. And then have a 2/2 blocker. I think that is good enough for me. I guess I don't need to fetch here, so there we go. That's a real fetch wrong. I just didn't need the fetch to use my fetch there at all. But okay, that's a deal. I wasn't going to flicker it anyway, so that kind of just feels like I got a free snuff out of their hands. Another ring, huh? Can't do anything about that one, unfortunately. And I probably have to just chump this army is kind of what I'm feeling. It buys me like a lot of time, and this Lorne doesn't look like it's going to do anything anyway. So I think I should just trade. I will target the One Ring, even though it does not do anything. Because Lorne is not Mountain Doom, unfortunately. What do we got here? Abrupt Decay. That's messed up. Okay. Okay. This has to be a good one. That is not a good one. Alright, cool. We have one more potential draw step, so I'll take it. I think that's a nice perk of Saga builds. But no, we would not. I would not add it to the deck just for that. You're gonna deal with Skyclave more often than Lorne anyway. Nope. We're just gonna draw. Literally, was every draw step that game a land? Other than the one Swords to Plowshares, every draw step was a land. Okay, so I'm not really sure what my opponent is doing, which makes it hard to know what to board. They could be Alurin, based on the basics, but they didn't play like a single Strix kind of creature. But if it is, and even if it's not, Plague Engineer looks to be pretty okay here. But I don't think I'm bringing in anything else. Maybe I could bring in Thoughtseizes, but I'm not totally convinced yet. Let's see what the rest of the boarding looks like. With Agent, we didn't see anything other than fetch lands, and I don't think you're supposed to keep it in just for fetches. Maybe you are. I'm not totally sure, but it doesn't seem likely to work out very often. We could custom their spirits just to. They're a Bowmaster deck, so we should minimize the number of X ones we have. Yeah, that's fair. Does this work? Let's get rid of all the spirits. Cut some moms. Keep Thalias because they block better at least against orcs. Maybe we could keep the moms also instead since we're on the play and cut Thalias instead. I'm also tempted not to keep this in, just speculating that they could be a Lauren because we didn't actually see a single good target for Lauren. So, and it's also an X1. So, I think I'm happy enough with this. Interesting. Definitely some X1s that play poorly into Bowmaster. Although we could literally just not play them. We could play like off curve a little bit. From what we saw from their deck, we're not going to be punished super hard for that. Opposition Agent gives us the chance to see really what's going on in their deck. Recruiter is a great card basically all the time. I think I'm fine enough keeping this. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling too. If we read them on Bowmaster, I think we have to sequence our plays kind of awkwardly, but I don't think that's the worst thing ever. Yeah, you're probably right. Although Sash. Do we just play the Sash first as our first X1? I think we do. It didn't seem like it was going to be a card that would do anything anyway. Yeah, I'm going to assume that whatever this card is going to die one way or another, so. I do not in any way think that the number of Thalias you're playing in your main deck is like a qualification of whether you're playing D&T. I think I've thought about it before because there are a lot of um, there are a lot of cards. There are a lot of decks where Thalia is not very good. She is definitely not nearly the great card that she once was. Um, but I think if you reduce the problem with Thalia, I think, is that there's just no other card that does what Thalia does. Rod's Vaz, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. No card does what Thalia does, and if you remove Thalia in any number from your deck, then you are making yourself holistically weaker against an archetype of decks that you can basically only rely on your sideboard for at that point. You're kind of just saying, I am just guaranteed to lose game one. And you could make that choice. It's just not one that I would advise making, given just the info and the tools that we have now. All right, now that all that happened, what am I playing here? I could play Thalia, hold up Caracas. I could play Vile Thalia. Yeah, I want to say Thalia sucks, and it just sometimes she is accidentally good. But yeah, I think that's the right way to look at it, and I appreciate you both agreeing with that analysis. Um, man, I'm getting sniped on these sequencing. Bowmaster makes you think a lot about the cards you're playing on a given turn, which is kind of cool, I think. But it is breaking my brain right now. I think, yeah, I'm going to play Thalia, hold up Caracas. You can always be convinced of more Yorions, can't you, Trilith? Okay. It's an interesting choice. Port's actually really nice here. So now I think we're gonna play Vile, recast Thalia, keep Caracas up. Letting Vile resolve and then forcing Thalia. Okay, confirmed Alurin. We see Cavern Harpy. Okay. Ouch. Ouchie owie. Judgment doesn't really do anything here. So we could waste drop port forest, keep them off green, make sure Lurin doesn't get cast. Given that they've used a fatal push and a force, as Maka is mentioning, we could just recruit for a bowmaster here. I would probably just cast at sorcery speed and kill something. I could see that. Probably get rid of the Strix first. Yeah, I'm gonna go for that. See if Recruiter resolves. Cool, it does. So yeah, we'll get Bowmaster. Cast it now. Green, blue. Oh, Coatl, sure. I'll get rid of the Strix, I guess. I think I'm fine taking this trade. I'm gonna make a new orc way faster than they will. Yeah, I'm fine doing this. Alright, here's the Alurin. We'll see if they do not have us. And so we get to cast this Council Judgment. So that's cool. Cast it like this. Cool. Did they change the way that... Did they change the way that Will of the Council displays? Because I voted for Alurin, but it doesn't show up here, and it doesn't show up in the game log either. Huh. That was strange. Okay. I think this... When we're going to be at a vial on 3 next turn anyway, I feel like this opposition agent is worse than using this wasteland here. Actually, I probably should also be able to port the forest here. So we can... I probably should have used my mana differently there. But looks like we are okay for now. What do we get here? A Batter Skull. Okay. And now, get you... Yeah, cool. I'll get a Scrubland here. Put Yorion into my hand. We can port the forest. We can vial in opposition agent in response to this fetch land. another forest, huh? I think for the clock, and yeah, I'm just gonna put this in now. We'll eat the Bowmaster. If they have another one, they already have good targets for it. So I think if they had one, it would already be cast, basically. Thought Seize. I think I'm not going to cast that because... I guess it's probably worth casting here. Let me think. I'd go to 6. They could potentially put me down to 4 if they like flash in another Ice Fang. I guess that wouldn't matter because they have a Bowmaster in play. So yeah, I think I'm safe to Thoughtseize here. Yeah, and I'm going to let them keep the Ice Fang for that exact reason. The reason I didn't play the Agent while Aloran was in play was kind of... I wanted to see if I could get a card out of it, basically. I maybe should have just flashed it in, but I think the other reason is that I wasn't entirely sure if they weren't, like, playing a trick on me, basically, just, like, seeing if I blink first to try to deal with the Aloran and then they go off. And there is a very small but non-zero chance that, like, I want to keep Opposition Agent in my hands to play it in response to something they try to go off with, basically. Right, like I don't want to flash in Agent and then they go off with Recruiter and then I haven't cast my Council's Judgment and the game's over, you know? Yeah, I don't think this is a Recruiter build. We would have seen white, and they can't play as many basics in that build either. So now that we know that's a Lauren, we'll definitely bring in Lauren. I'm even less on Thalia than I was before. And that's probably it. I think Thoughtseize is still probably fine. Chylith, no. Not doing it. I'm not doing it! This hand is somewhat juicy, but I think it's just too slow on the draw. Doesn't have the right kind of interaction I want. This is at least a little bit better. I could see keeping this, putting back the Opposition Agent. Could be putting back the Solitude also, actually. Because Solitude is not the best in a hand like this that's kind of low on white cards. Also not great on mulligans. Also not great in this matchup. So, yeah, I'll put back Solitude. Let's see how this goes. This kind of just ends up being a little bit worse than the 7, but I don't think we can go down to 5 off a hand like this. It's not like a hand that doesn't function. It's just not great. So. That's the kind of hand I'm inclined to mull with the 7, but kind of have to keep on a 6. Cool. Get a scrub land and a plains and cast our Stoneforge. This definitely looks like I may be holding a Bowmaster. Thankfully, Stoneforge is pretty good against Bowmaster. So I could get Cauldra to just start killing them. I could get Jite to kind of control a lot of their X1s. I think I'm going to go for Jite here, because my hand has a lot of creatures in it, so I think we can kind of pressure them that way pretty effectively. And we've already seen both Decay and Snuff Out, so it's not like it's not like Bowmaster is the only card they have in their deck to deal with creatures. So excuse me. Yep, and there's a Decay. Totally fine with that. Yeah, I'll just play Wasteland and hold up Opposition Agent. They already cracked 3 fetches, unfortunately, so we'll see if they have a 4th in their hand. They do have a 4th in their hands. And knowing that they're not cracking it, though. Maybe we should have just cast Opposition Agent Sorcery Speed. Yeah, I think I have to cast it here, so. Get an island. Okay, sure. Bowmasters is a pretty good draw. Yeah, that should mean that I am at least somewhat insulated from like an Ice Fang here. Just another Decay, sure. You got me. Yeah, then I'll pass. I'll tap the swamp, I think. No, actually no. I just want to keep tapping forest. The 4th Prismatic Vista, huh? All right. I don't feel priced into using the Bowmasters here, so I won't. Yeah, I'm going to play Mom and Jite here, and I'll pass with... Actually, no, I'm just going to play Mom. I won't cast Jite because I want to port and still have Bowmaster up. Yep, okay. Not really much to play around there, so that's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna go for this. Force. Force pitch force. I'll take it. Aether Vial. Okay, yeah, I'll play Vial and Jite here. I kind of want to keep the 3 drops in my hands to be safe from Alurin. Neither of them are particularly enticing to play on this board anyway, so happy to play it relatively slow. Another snow-covered forest, so they could play Alurin, but it'll leave them at 1 card in hand afterwards. Sure. This could be risky, but I don't think it really is. Cool. Luring down. I will eat the orc token if they let me. They don't let me. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, they're empty-handed. Yeah, this is okay. I take 2. Take Vial up. And we get a Stoneforge. Yeah, okay. That is kind of amazing. Let's get this out of here. Cast Stoneforge, get Cauldra, and I think we're gonna be good. I mean, it's weird that my opponent just keeps casting Allurin, like just putting it into play without a way to like win off of it, because that's like the exact thing I want them to do. I think it really should be staying in their hand until they have until they can win the game off of it. So 1 ring is annoying. Yeah, yeah, for sure, especially with that much green mana. Okay, you got me. Where's my questing beast? Hello? Yeah, I'll equip here. Am I even gonna port them? I think I am. Yeah, I should still port them off green. I don't think porting them off black really does anything here, so. I mean, it might keep them on. They might be able to do something with it, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. Ponder, sure. I thought about putting Cauldron. My feeling is that it's not going to be that much of a difference putting it in next turn. It's obviously less mana available, but I'm not sure that's a huge problem here. There's Lauren. Actually a dog. Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. This is where I really wish we had a had the Bowmaster in play. So what can they do here? If I'm using the swords, it has to be now when the Cavern Harpy's on the stack. That is the one weak point. It sucks that they have both Bowmasters and Icefang in hand. Or, sorry, in play, that's what I mean to say. It can't be it can't be Coatl because Bowmaster kills us exactly. They gain 1, they go up to 14. Harpy comes into play, they bounce Bowmaster, and they have 1 more life than us, which means that they kill us. They don't even have to attack though. They just they have Xaxes with the Bowmaster in play. Yeah, sure, that's yeah, that's a fair point. So we just do this and somehow hope that they don't hit can't kill us in the top 13 cards of their deck. The GTA attack doesn't matter. They had protection. They weren't gonna block. They had just cast the One Ring. We weren't gonna get counters anyway. And now we are extremely dead, and I'll save us the time. Alright, cool. Alright, let's head into the last match. And it's Tony Scapone. Alright. Has a Thali and a Bowmaster, so yeah, I'll keep it. We're on the draw, of course, so we'll die anyway, but I'll keep it. Let's see, what flavor of Dumb Storm is he playing today? Okay, okay. So you're saying there's a chance. Depends what those true 2 draw steps were, basically. Alright, we're live. Thalia's gotta be the better cast, right? They have so much mana in play, but I don't think Bowmaster is nearly likely enough to like actually kill them, so play Thalia first, Bowmaster second. Excuse me. Thalia does that. Yeah, it does actually do that. That's good to know. Oh, opposition agent is incredibly good, right? Yeah, cool. Turns off tutors at least, so if he's playing a gamble deck, that'll be pretty good. Cool. Easy peasy. Oh, didn't let me see your deck. Why not? All right. So we're gonna bring in these Thoughtseizes for sure. Surgical is probably gonna be fine. No idea about Leyline. I'm inclined to bring it in, knowing the kind of decks that Tony plays. But I'm not 100% sure about that one. I'm gonna cut Moms, and we're gonna cut Whis, or we're gonna cut all these first, actually. That's true. We did see it Past in Flames actually, so Leyline likely worth keeping in. Um, Needle could be for Saga or Wishclaw. Baubles if I really need to. GT is not very good. All the 2 drops are good. Not all the 3 drops are good, but they're worse than everything else I've cut. So this looks fine. I could also bring in Plague Engineer for goblins, maybe. Because it's probably a Burning Wish for empty deck. I could see that over another Mother of Runes. Yeah, that seems fine. I'll give it a shot. I'll double Thoughtseize. Double Thoughtseize into killing your artifact mana. It's probably one of the better like non-leyline hands I could have. Certainly would be better on the play, but so is literally everything we could be doing. So, and he mulls to 6 and a 5, so that's even better. It's a 4. I guess this is probably an LED Echo deck, so it could be that he's just mulling to those 2 cards, basically. In which case, who knows what hand we kept. Mm-hmm. And Thalia, this is alright. Yeah, this is just rude. Ritual LED. Guess it's probably the LED, right? Yeah, because LED casts Echo. Yep. Okay. Hello. Here is my hand. No Thoughtseize bug. Just Dark Ritual, Cabal Ritual. I could Thoughtseize the Dark Ritual. I think that's probably worse than getting Sash into play here, though. Yeah. Yep. Just a land. I can live with that. Spirit has the potential to be good, at least. Let me eat the LED here and attack for 2, and then I'll cast Spirit. Okay. Oh, they saw the Skyclave. Sure. Not super relevant. Wasteland is pretty big, though. Goodbye there. Double check what they just drew. It was another LED. I'll take it. Yeah, okay. Cool. Well, don't get the 2-0 Tony deck very often, but I will absolutely take it. Okay, cool. So, oh yeah, the piling on this deck is not as pretty as when I did it earlier because my moto crashed earlier. I'm gonna take my usual midstream break before we get into the second league. Um, I will be gone for 10-ish minutes, grabbing a drink, grabbing a snack, and then we'll be back to put more Bowmasters into play. But until then, I will see y'all in a little bit. I'm back. It is time to play the second league. Let's see if we do better this time. For those who are just joining or have joined in the past couple minutes, we got a 3-2 in the first one, beating. Let me think. We beat some kind of Tony Scapone Storm deck. Not sure exactly which build because I saw a red. It looked kind of test-ish. Not totally sure. We also beat. What else did we beat? No, I'm forgetting. It was a 4-color control playing. 4-color control with a delighted halfling. Yeah, it is a Galvanic Relay Storm, at least. Yeah, good way to put it. And then what was the other deck we beat? I know we lost to Turbo Forge and Alurin. But I can't remember what the third win was for some reason. This hand is, like, fine. I'll keep it. The Battle Skull makes it, like, a 6-ish, but Skull is enough of a real card, so. Another Island Ponder deck. Hey, Thalia, what's up? I really cannot remember the other deck I played against for some reason. It was not an Urza Saga deck. But that's all I can remember. Island Saga after Ponder is interesting. Cool. Yeah, I'm happy to just cast Athalia here. I think it was this. Yeah, it would have been the second round. The first round was Turbo Forge, where they had a brutal way to kill us in the second game. First one wasn't particularly close, but the second one was. I think it was a 2-0, whatever it was. Hopefully someone can chime in and remind me, but I'm drawing a blank right now. Polluted Delta and Urza Saga are not exactly... They're not exactly friends. I don't see them around each other very often, so... I'm very curious what this is all about. It could be breakfast, but weird. I guess that is the most... yeah, that is the most likely thing, isn't it? What does that mean about what we're getting off of this recruiter? Because we may then have to be ready for just like fetching Shuko into Cast Illusionist, which might mean we have to get Recruiter, although I would really like to get Stoneforge. Or, sorry, Recruiter, we have to get Solitude, even though I'd like to get Stoneforge. Um, I think I'll just get a Solitude and be safe. Or I could just get Bowmaster. I keep forgetting that Bowmaster is like in my deck and is also something I can recruit for. And I have this Violon too. Yeah. Yeah. Bowmaster's it. We figured it out. I am definitely not gonna use Bowmaster on the construct here. It's all about keeping them from breakfasting off. Although maybe I can do it now. If they're making the second one, then they're not gonna kill us this turn. So yeah, definitely gonna kill it now. Okay, Shugo confirms. They like do not have Needle in their deck. Certainly not pre-board. And yeah, notably, if they do that, then Shugo isn't a concern either. So. What do we got here? Wasteland is pretty sick. Yeah, I think I don't really think Breakfast plays Saga targets other than the Vials and Shugos that are in the main deck. Um, yeah, I was thinking. I was actually thinking of getting Skyclave, but Skyclave and Lorne are kind of the same here. I'll at least start with the Thalia attack. I mean, isn't that just an argument for getting Skyclave instead? That was the other thing I was considering is potentially waste Tundra, Lauren, Saga, and just set him back to the Stone Age. I'm definitely not against that, especially because we have the Crocus to reuse the Lauren. Yeah, let's do that. So we're wasting Tundra. Recruits for Lauren, Violet in right away. This does lose to exactly Land's Illusionist. But, oh no, it actually doesn't, yeah, because we still have Thalia. So, we're actually just, we're just gaming right now, I think. Do we effectively die, though? I'm going to keep this on 3. Right? Yeah, keep it on 3. Let's attack with Thalia, and so I'm thinking, right? So like Lauren being untapped and having this Vial on 3 in the Crocus just makes me feel like I can never die. I think I'm just gonna attack with Thalia, maybe also attack with Wisp, but like I don't know that they can take that trade, but it probably just I guess the trade's probably better for me. Um, but I think I just use this 3 mana to put Yorion in my hands. Um, um, oh, that also works actually. Yeah, I like that. Um, yeah, okay. So this feels good. If they go for the construct block on the army, I'll bounce Lauren, Violet in, kill the Shuko. That kills the construct with it. I'll use the rest of the mana to put Lauren or put Yorion in my hand. Hey Min, how's it going? Yeah, okay, deal. Oh, you did say fellow, huh? That's a little bit cheating, isn't it? Um, so we could also just draw to finish off the construct, but that feels worse, I think, than just killing this Shuko here. We can technically do both, but I don't think that matters. Yeah, I think I want to do this. Kill Shuko. Construct is gone. Yarn in hand. Pass. I think the only real weakness with this line is that it leaves us with a Lauren that is summoning sick. But I don't know. I don't really feel too scared right now. Staff of the Storyteller, sure. Orc is pretty good against that card. Um, so I could activate Lauren, triggers Bowmaster, kill Spirit Token, bounce Lauren, Violet in to hit the staff, and then I get to tick up to 4 while having the staff out of play. And then I get to use this mana on anything that I potentially draw. I think I'm into that. Because it also means we're going to deal like an extra bunch of damage. I guess staff doesn't really matter, is maybe the reason not to. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. I guess we just take up to take up to 5. Oh, opposition agent. Well, that could be cool. Yeah, so I think what we'll do here is Declare attacks, and now we can Lauren them to guarantee this damage gets in. Kill the spirit token here. This feels good. This feels good. Now we can pass with opposition agent up. Drawing the third Crocus. This is not the best, but that's okay. I'm going to flash it in just to guarantee that we kill him. Given that they don't play removal main, I'm not exactly sure what they can even have here, but we will see, I suppose. Alright, cool. Okay, that's true. Chant would work, but they would have to done. Ideally, they would have done that in my upkeep, and they did not. So, wow, there's way too many cards I could see bringing in, which is definitely interesting. I could literally see every card in the sideboard coming in here, and that's likely not right against a deck like Breakfast, where the matchup is mostly fine. What do we want to get rid of, though? Yeah, I remember you mentioning that, like, you were thinking that the fact that we can cast Layla would make it okay against Breakfast, but maybe you just don't need it. Like, I know that even in mono white, I was having trouble figuring out what the bad cards were. Like, I tended to board out Thalia because it doesn't actually change the turns where they go off very often. And I could still see doing that here for some other cards. But it doesn't seem like we want to go that hard. I think I want Thought Seizes at least. And then Plague Engineer. I don't think I settled on cutting Cauldra, but I don't mind it because we usually go for GT anyway. So, yeah, so I think these are the cards I'm most curious about. Oh, you're talking to him. Okay, got it. Yeah, I could definitely see cutting Cauldra because I'm almost always going for GT first. I'm not sure what else I would want to get rid of. I could see shaving a spirit. And after that, I have no idea. Maybe just another spirit, honestly. It's really tough to say. Oh, I could see that. I'll try this. I like this hand. This hand has a lot of important interaction. Okay, don't have two illusionists in your opening hand. That is what I'm asking you. Oh, I should probably play my swamp to cast the Thoughtseize first. Also don't have Force of Will. Okay, cool. We're alive. Um, yeah, goodbye, Illusionist. Thankfully, this hand kind of sucks. And now I know their whole hands. They played the only card I knew about, so that's cool too. They do now have 3 enablers for Illusionist in play, so I can't let them play another one. Which means that I think we just need to potentially go straight for Jite. We might also want to waste the Saga, honestly. We could waste Saga, cast Vial. Yeah, I think we're waste plus Vial. Yeah, I should have played the Scrubland when they don't have. We know they don't have Wastelands. This is just making my mana harder for no upside, really. So I'm just so used to see basic, play basic. Now that's a juicy one. Bowmasters against Nomads. How does this work? Do I even bother? Which 2-drop do I play? So I could Bowmaster and that would clear both Nomads, but it still leaves us dead to Illusionist off the top. So it means we probably should still just Stoneforge for Jite. Yeah. No, it would, because you ping one of the 2 Nomads is dying either way, and then you block whichever one lives with the army. Yeah. I don't think Bowmaster defeats having Plague Engineer because I want to name Cephalid with Plague Engineer. I don't want to name Nomads. Or I guess Core would be the name. Yeah, Illusionists are X ones. Yeah, they're 1/1s. So I think we just name Illusionist with the Plague Engineer now. Or no, sorry, because since we've untapped with the Vial, actually, we're fine to Engineer for Core, and then we have Bowmaster. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no. Lunel's got it right. So we got Core. Goodbye to both these. Man, the Black Splash is really good in this matchup, huh? I've like never been remotely this ahead against Breakfast in any of my matches with Mono White. It always feels like I know that I have like a point of interaction that I can rely on reasonably well. But if it gets to like 2, then I'm less sure about it. Okay, and they just, yeah, the last card in hand is Orange Chant, so we got this. What do they mill? Sure. Hit. Hit Retrofitter Foundry. That's a good one. I'm just going to vial in the Spirit now. Sure. This is so gross. Oh my god. Is this what it feels like to play broken cards? I've like literally never done this before. I'm going to keep that second Bowmaster behind just in case. I'll just kill this. Attack for a bunch. Going to keep all the GT counters. And then I will put Yorion into my hand. Okay. Interesting choice. I guess they probably just have to draw to it. So. Alright, cool. Breakfast has been destroyed. That was a slaughter. I know I was thinking hard about that match, so I gotta go back and make sure I didn't miss any questions. Just a voice dude, you asked about saving Wasteland for the blue source. It's not super reliable to cut them off of colors of mana. So generally you wanna save waste for Saga, unless you have like multiple copies and you like have, you're more solidly able to cut them off of a particular color. It's easier to do in white because you also have Port to deal with their basics. You have more copies of Port because the Black Splash only plays a single one. You definitely can deal with the constructs. It's just that it puts you under more pressure, and it's nicer to just have their plan B be completely awful against you, and you just get to focus on not dying to the combo, and that's that. So. I'm finally on the play. It's been a while. This hand looks great. The breakfast matchup for mono white is like fine. Um, I think it got harder when Orem's chant became uh, became more popular. Um, Playing this Crocus first might be a little risky, but I think I would rather get more info before I commit myself to fetching. But that's just something that's going to come from my lack of experience playing a deck with fetch lanes in it. So another Urza Saga deck. Yeah. So the breakfast matchup for mono white was fine. I would say slightly favored. Oh god, not this deck again. At least we have a Thalia. And this can safely get a Scrublands. Alright, play Thalia. We should just attack them. Balin's Tomb. Whoa. No. Land is a little awkward. So that's going to be a 2/2 construct, right? Yeah. So I can still attack with Thalia at least. Attack with Thalia, Stoneforge for Kaldra. We're just going to hope that Thalia slows them down enough to just kill him. Yeah, this matchup is not great. They definitely have some inconsistencies that like you can exploit, but you don't have a lot of points of interaction. You don't have a lot of ways to stop them. It's just that we are able to capitalize on them failing, basically. So this is not breakfast. This is Turbo Mystic Forge. This deck kind of fell by the wayside. It came out a while ago, fell by the wayside a bit, but now it is particularly good with the One Ring. So I don't think Breakfast got anything new. I think Breakfast honestly got hurt quite a bit by the set because now there are so many decks playing Orcish Bowmaster, which is a great card against them. So not like 100% sure about that or anything, but that's the vibe that I get. Another key is fine because they don't have a monolith. They should definitely be attacking here. I think if they attack, I'm probably just going to have Mom gain 5 life here, basically. Gives us more time to kill them with this Kaldra. Yeah. Oh, that Batterskull is also pretty nice, honestly. But we're definitely going to start by putting in Kaldra and attacking them. Maybe we don't, actually. We're going to put in Kaldra, but now I have to think about whether we can afford to attack or not. If we Solitude a construct, then we can, but that puts us further away from actually killing them. Maybe that's fine, though. This extra Thalia is not going to be doing anything. Removal is otherwise not going to do anything against them either. Yeah, I'll do it. So I'll kill the untapped constructs. Yeah, I think this the the matchup against this deck is made. Oh right, I forgot this untaps. Yeah, okay, that was a big goof on my part. I just like forgot they could untap their creatures. Um, yeah, I was too busy talking. I just like totally forgot that that could happen. Anyway, yeah, I think the big problem with Mystic Forge is that like Deafening Silence is a great card against them, but it's just fallen out of favor in basically every other combo matchup because most of those decks just don't want to give you your first turn um, a lot of the time, and so you just can't really rely on cards against combo decks where you have to be on the play, particularly when it's not that good against Reanimator. Um, I have had hands that you play Deafening Silence against Oops all spells on turn one, and they still kill you because they just cast a. All they have to do is cast a. Use Spirit Guides to cast a Oops enabler creature, and then they just dread return after that. So, yeah, it's a bummer. Deafening Silence is pretty frustrating. It feels like it should be better than it is, but it's just it sucks. I remember being so excited when it came out because it was like the first time that we had pretty good combo hate at 1 mana because we've been dealing with Aethersworn Canonist being too slow for so long. But just is not in a great place, at least not right now. So, meanwhile, my opponent is having some fun. I'm going to have a chip about it. Yeah, I'm bored. Let's get out of here. I value my time more than this. It is a good chip, thank you. Alright, so I'm going to bring in some Thoughtseizes. Bring in a Needle. Surgical, Plague Engineer, Council's Judgment. All these seem fine. Mom sucks. Sword sucks. Jite sucks. A lot of other cards suck, but I think those all suck the most. So I will not be bringing in any number of Noodly boys. I am very sorry to say. Yep, this works. Typically, this Plague Engineer isn't that good. It's just a way to trade with constructs, and I think I'd rather have Plague Engineer over like a Swords to Plowshares. I've got a Thoughtseize. I'll keep it. Thoughtseize Stoneforge Opposition Agent is not a bad curve. It'll depend if they have anything that to make the Opposition Agent matter, but they have Saga and Inventor's Fair at least, so. Grab a Scrublands. And they thankfully mulled to 6, so hopefully this should be a little bit easier. Oh. Well, I don't really want them to have the Ring or the Paradox Engine. I don't think I want to take the Monolith, because they can just cast the Ring next turn anyway. We probably have to take the Ring, because the engine only matters if there are... engine only matters when they already have stuff in play, and if we take the Ring, they're kind of just going to cast a Monolith and then have nothing else. Obviously, engine plus Monolith is scary. But I think I would rather deal with engine and Monolith than either of these cards plus the Ring. We also have a I guess we don't have an answer. We couldn't don't have like a Lauren that we can get, but that is another thing, is that we could draw Lauren for the engine, whereas with the Ring we only have Skyclave, and it's still gonna like time walk them one way or another. Man, this is tough. I'm leaning towards One Ring, but I see the argument for Paradox Engine for sure. Yeah, I'm going to take the Ring. Alright, so that's the Ancient Tomb into Monolith. Alright, we will continue Stoneforging for Thalia. Yeah, I think if our follow-up was a 2-drop other than Stoneforge, I would potentially be into taking the Monolith. I think, Mr. Automatic, you kind of got it. As I think if we were following up with a Thalia, I'd be much more into taking mana. But since we're not, it feels like their deck is like full of mana, and it's pretty likely that they're, over the next couple turns, they're just gonna draw it into another Monolith, or like a couple artifacts and a Mox Opal, things like that. So there is City Traders. So there's Engine. They need something else for this engine to matter? There's a key, so they can make mana, but they can't do anything else yet. They can make even more mana. Okay, so they can make a lot of mana. And I think we just have to hope they brick. I don't know. And they will have fewer draws when we Cauldron them, so... Karn's a nightmare. Mystic Forge is bad. Okay, cool. They didn't draw those. Nothing fancy we can do here, so I think we're just attacking. And leaving up Opposition Agent here. Okay. They could already make a ton of mana, so this doesn't feel like it matters much. Yeah, okay, this is yeah, just a concession. Cool. Alright. Change nothing. This hand cannot cast spells. So, not gonna be this one. Gonna mulligan this. Ugh. The ring does prevent the damage from Ancient Tomb, yeah. Because you get protection from everything, so. Ugh. Another hand that can't cast Thoughtseize. We have like 17 black sources. It's pretty unlikely. The Thalia follow-up here is making me think about it, but on the draw, that's not very enticing. But getting down to 5, it's not totally clear. What I'm going to be mulling to. So maybe it might just be better to have the guaranteed. I guess not guaranteed because you don't have a second land, but like the likely Thalia. And the Spirit is good because they like this deck is built on abusing the One Ring. So I think we just keep this and we can either bottom the Recruiter or the Thoughtseize. Obviously it feels weird to keep the Thoughtseize when we can't cast it, but we have, like I mentioned, 17. Let me double check. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, 16. So we have 17 black sources. So that's probably not enough to hope to cast the Thoughtseize, especially because we're going to need to cast the Thoughtseize in like the first turn or two for it to really matter, because they empty their hand pretty quick. So I'm going to keep bottom Thoughtseize. Cross our fingers. Yeah, so if Turbo Forge does get more popular, a lot of people have been playing it on and off. I don't think it's not like huge, but obviously we've seen it twice tonight. So, yeah, it's one of the decks that's still around that Deafening Silence is the best against. And Mindbreak Trap is also pretty good, for sure. I lean more towards Mindbreak Trap just because it's better in more matchups. Like I was talking about earlier, I think like the problem with Deafening Silence is that there are just so many matchups where you're a lot of times gonna not get your first turn and then die, and that's why you need more Mindbreak Traps. Um, that's why I have been gravitating towards Mindbreak Trap more over Deafening Silence over time. And I think that it's still good enough. Trap is still good enough here against this deck that I would probably live with the fact that Deafening Silence is probably at its best against a deck like this. So double key off Saga, but nothing else. That's wild. That is unbelievable. Can I draw a second land? That is not a second land. Alright. Well, did my best. If we got to slay up Thalia here, we were looking real good. Now we just have to hope they don't draw into mana right now. But they can obviously play... They could tap this for mana, get a Mox Opal, and then cast a Manalith or something. Or Monolith, not Manalith. And then, yeah, and then things get pretty hairy from here. All right. This could be worse. We just still really need to draw a second land. Nope. Okay. I'm just going to slam Spirit into play to make sure they can't draw off the ring anymore. I want to do it now because I don't want to give them the opportunity to like key it and do a bunch of stuff. And my opponent just like forgot that I put Spirit into play, so that's cool. It didn't really cost them anything, other than it will eventually cost them some life, but we'll see if that even matters. Depending on what they are casting here, it could end up being... Yeah, damn, okay. I was going to say, I would be pretty happy to Skyclave the Monolith. But they are not letting me do that by playing the second one. That's where like basically all of their mana is coming from the Monolith. And now they have a bunch. Yeah, okay. They have all monoliths. Although it is a little bit reassuring that getting them on mana is now confirmed impossible. So let's see. Oh my god, deck. I guess maybe I was supposed to just Violent Thalia there to make sure, but I'm not sure if Thalia is even going to matter. Yeah, I think I'm passing here, and I'm going to Skyclave something. If I can Skyclave a Mystic Forge, that wouldn't be too bad. I could also Skyclip the Monolith in response to this, but I just don't think it matters. They have... I can't imagine the difference between like 9 and 12 mana mattering here. Yeah. That is annoying. I'm gonna recruit for a Lauren here. Yeah. Keep this vial on 3. The One Ring still can't draw cards. I guess it can draw this one card, which might be reason enough to just Skyclave it now. Yeah, I will. I'm just gonna Skyclave it now. Yeah, notably, if you remove the One Ring in response to its activation, since it's not in play to put a burden counter on it, it doesn't get a burden counter, and so it'll only draw however many counters were on the ring when it got removed, and in that case, they were 0. So, for those that are curious about that interaction. Another Aether Vial, huh? That's a lot of not lands draw steps, unfortunately. Opponent still has protection this turn from the ring they played last turn. They finally played a land. Are they just untapping monoliths before passing the turn, or is there something going to do with that mana? Nope. Cool. Yeah, this is the little vial. Take that up. Keep this vial on 3. About time. Alright, putting them down to 8. Right, 8, yeah. So I can cast Thalia. I don't think with this amount of mana, I just don't think that's gonna matter. So I think I just want to Stone Forge. Maybe that's wrong, though. Like, I don't think it's likely for Thalia to matter, but it's probably still going to be the more impactful card in play, because I'll have lethal next turn regardless. Yeah, let's just play the Thalia. Yeah, exactly. It's not like they're not going to put blockers in play. So, and this is exact lethal anyway, So I think we just play Thalia, hold Lauren up for if they play like a Paradox Engine, and we'll just kill it. Or a Mystic Forge, one of the two. Sick, we did it. Yeah, who needs lands, apparently? Game definitely would have been a lot easier if we had Athalia in play on that turn 3 or whatever. They, like, would have been stuck for a millennia. Um, but worked out in the end. I clicked Steam. How could I? Steam, get out of here. You mentioned that last week. I haven't really noticed it yet, but I also haven't opened Steam in like 2 weeks, I don't think. I have been neither buying nor playing games for a bit. Yeah, yeah, I get that. I've been there in my own ways before. The Messenger. That sounds... I don't know anything about it, but the name does sound familiar. The last game I was playing was been playing through the original StarCraft campaign. Getting close to the end. Oh, Balenciaga and Boba. Alright, they always play a blue-white X deck. They always play very quickly, and they're always very annoying. This hand is pretty good. It's a little land heavy, which is a concern, but port at least alleviates that a little bit. And I don't suspect this Eiganjo will be a removal spell, but we'll see. Wisp is not too bad. Force, pitching force, got it. Oh yeah, the games are very, very good. Stoneforge, alright. Getting Cauldred. Alright, well I have a Wisp for that, so that's not too bad. Yeah, I know they do. I do not. I know some of my friends. Yes, know this person, uh, like from real life, and he is a real shithead. Um, all hearsay, but yeah, I know. um, let's get rid of that germ token. They also always play so fast. Like, it amazes me that they even are spending the time to think about what they're doing. I'm sure they are. I'm not like questioning that they are making informed plays. It's just like they do it so fast all the time. Yeah, I'm gonna go for a GT here. The deflecting palm blocker cheater. I have no idea. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yep, 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 yep. Yes, of course. The back to basics is regular for this guy too. Yeah, I'm just gonna take the one, whatever. I've at least got my own prismatic vista, and I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna go for 7 damage here. Cool. It worked. This looks like it might be a prismatic ending on the wisp, potentially. Yes. Okay. That's fine. One card left. Nice. I was going to recruit for a Stoneforge anyway, so now I'll just play Stoneforge. I'm not going to bother fetching the swamp here because I want to make sure I can cast my double pip spells. I guess the Iganjo kind of does that too, so maybe that's wrong, but I don't have a black card in my hand now, so. Okay. In response to the Narset, I'm tempted to just kill the Stoneforge before they can sneak something in. It does leave them at not dead is the only concern. But I feel like that's probably worth it. Because I don't want to like put a Batterskull in. That would kind of suck. Yeah, I'll kill the Stoneforge. Prismatic ending anyway. Yep, goodbye. Basic lands? Basic lands? Not a basic land. But I will cast Recruiter for another Stoneforge. Yeah, there we go. This Stoneforge can also get a Lion Sash to put another threat into play. Sure. Basically have to, yeah, bounce Recruiter. Yeah. I'm gonna I'm gonna play the Iganjo because it means that if I find another land, then I can go double 2-drop next turn. Because they're probably gonna they have to bounce the Stoneforge again. Like this Jace is just gonna be triple on summon, I think. So. Interesting. So if we swords the Stoneforge, they have to spend most of their mana casting the Batterskull. We can cast Stoneforge to get another equipment. They'll bounce it with the Jace. Then they'll have a Batterskull. We could Solitude the Germ potentially. We might have to in response to like a Cauldron equip. I don't see another plan at this moment, so I think that's what I am going to do. We could also Solitude first on the Stoneforge, because that means we don't have to tap this Iganjo for the swords. We can probably just get rid of the sash. Yeah, I think that makes sense too. So like the last equipment, pitch, sash. Yeah, pitch, sash, kill Stoneforge, forces them to spend their mana on putting the Batterskull into play now. Them cantripping feels mostly good for me. They don't shuffle off of that ponder, which is a little concerning. Snapcaster. Okay. Snap ending, probably. Snap swords, maybe. Fetch the swamp and recruit Bowmaster like 3. Yeah, yeah. I am definitely regretting that a bit. That I didn't get a black source into play here. Well, that feels even worse. Yeah, so this Vista definitely should have gotten us a swamp to make sure that we could cast the top deck cards, because we haven't even been using the double white at this point. So, do I dare recruit for another Stoneforge? Oh yeah, it absolutely counts as fetch drawing. That's no question. Yeah, I'm gonna recruit for another Stoneforge. Doesn't feel great, but just making sure that Stoneforge is the right pick. We could get Lauren or Skyclave. It's just that we're banking on drawing land. If we unlock our mana, though, it feels incredibly hard to lose. I just am wary of having to draw a land. The other problem, obviously, is that Stoneforge doesn't draw a card anymore. It was kind of tough. Yeah, I'm gonna Stoneforge. Yeah, I don't disagree. But this is where we are, unfortunately. If I had a swamp in play, things would definitely look better. Alright, so they put the batter skull back and they can get it here. Yep. Okay, so we are no longer playing for aggro at this point. Oh, Jesus Christ. Interesting. Well, that's a problem. Yeah, I'm just gonna go we're just gonna go to game 2. Definitely want Council's Judgment. Potentially interested in Pithing Needle. Potentially interested in Thought Seizes. That's probably it. Don't love Jite here. Opposition Agent seems good. Lauren is good. Batterskull's like kinda whatever. Sash is okay enough. Wisp is not at its. Actually, no, that's wrong. I should keep in Wisps for like early Cauldros. Could cut like a couple plows, but even then, I'm not sure. These matchups are hard because I feel like most of our deck is fine. But I do feel like some number of Thoughtseize to develop a plan could be effective. Oh yeah, we want Engineer for Tree Name. That's 100% sure. Yeah, okay. So even without Thoughtseize, we need to make one more cut. I could see it being swords because we don't want an overabundance of them when they're also on so many planeswalkers. I also don't mind shaving Thalia. I'm not sure how many Thalias I'm supposed to shave for Thoughtseizes is kind of the uncertainty for me, if any. Maybe I don't on the play anyway, and I just submit this. Yeah. Let's just try this. I don't think you can really cut a land in this kind of matchup, no. This hand is okay. Doesn't it has answers to some problematic things, but isn't actually good against their deck, I think, is the problem with this hand. But it might be worth keeping just off the power of Vial into port, basically. It loses to back to basics if they also counted the vial. I acknowledge that, but um, we are a deck that only has so much control over that when we're splashing. We also, with port, have control over when they actually get to cast the back to basics. I'm gonna try this one. Vial resolves. Looks like it's getting prismatic endings. Yeah. Yep, I will play Mom. I'm gonna wait on the needle because I could see a naming Stoneforge. I could also see a naming a Planeswalker. Not really the kind of draw I want in a hand that's already this like kind of laser targeted at specific things in their deck, which is why I want to wait on it. Forgot that he plays End the Festivities. Such a really weird choice. This Thalia is great though, particularly with the Crocus up. Force pitches Jace. Very happy to see that. Really don't like this is another scrubland. At least no back to basics. For the time being. So we're either porting or putting Yorion in our hands. I'm more inclined to port here, though. Yeah. Would have been such a good spot there to have a Bowmaster. Snapcaster maybe? No. Okay. There's Stoneforge. Okay. So now we at least have this Pithing Needle for Stoneforge. Yes, it does kill True Name. Is that Brainstorm that got targeted? Yeah, okay. Fetch planes to play for... Oh, sure, because I used the Scrubland here instead, yeah. Okay, yep, totally. Prismatic ending there. least have a second to potentially find another answer to Stoneforge. We do not. Although we could... Yeah, I guess it is probably worth just Plague Engineer, Bowmaster, yeah. We want this to be a plains. We already have 2 black sources. This should be core. And then bow friends. Ping Stoneforge. There we go. Oh, this continue to be extremely dead to back to basics, but hasn't had it yet. Sure. Another end of the festivities. Such a weird card to have in a deck like this. I do not get it. Not the card I wanted. But there's a chance I will reset this engineer on human to kill both the Snapcasters, which would be pretty cool. It feels a little bit optimistic, but we'll see. Well, at least it has to be a force of will then. So I'll start by getting the Teferi down to 3. And I think I'm going to Lotus Petal the Caracas here to protect the Yorion. Yeah, because I just don't really have a whole lot going on. I think I need to be a little bit conservative here. No, there we go. Alright, this is pretty sick. Yeah. Got him. Okay. I think I'm fine to just let this ride for the moment since I'm winning the race anyway. I guess if I wanted to swap this over, I would have had to bounce it end of turn anyway. And that definitely plays into removal in a way that I'm not super thrilled about. So. Okay. Another plains is not unwelcome. I could try to reset here, but again, I think that's just playing too hard into removal. So I'm just gonna keep my board as is since I'm winning the race. Yeah, you got it. Another very good reason to not try to Yorion. Um, I think I'm just gonna swords this now. It doesn't change the clock at all. Um, yeah. I maybe could have waited on that, but I think I'd rather make sure that that gets out of play and can't be like protected with force or something like that. All right, so we go to 4 here. We'll put him to 2. We are not too weak to back to basics right now, particularly when we have Lauren in our hands. Recruiter of the Guard. Let's start with the attack. We could recruit Bowmaster. We'll put them to 1. It means they can't crack this fetch. I'm more curious what I can die to, though. Since it's not killing them. G doesn't kill us. Yeah, second in the festivities. I think I'm fine with getting Bowmaster because it means that a cantrip off the top can't get us. Although I guess in that respect, Spirit's probably better, right? Because Spirit's just the same thing except they can't draw. I guess we win the game either way. It's not a huge difference. Yeah, Bowmaster kills them, but I think if they have to cast a cantrip, then we win anyway. You know, that's my feeling. Sure. Literally sure. I still don't understand why he plays this card, and it is all your fault, JR. No, you don't have to time him out. So the only out to that would be we get a Solitude, I guess, to sword something in response. That's basically our only option there, which feels really bad into like literally every other possible thing they could be doing. Playing the Yorion mirror. This hand is okay, but Cauldra is basically a blank. Bowmasters might be a blank depending on whether our Vial resolves / lives. I have no idea what that deck is that you're referring to, but it sounds like a deck where this Bowmaster is probably good, but we need to make sure that it actually gets into play. It sounds like absolute insanity, though. I'm gonna mull this. This is better. Keep this bottom the Solitude. Yep, force, pitch force on the vial. So our previous hand would not have gotten there. Thalia, huh? I think this seems like a fine hand for swamp. What do we lead on? I think I'm gonna start on Thalia. Saprosan Scary into Chrome Mox. Uh-huh. They are not my normal planes, you're right. Let's see. I am going to recruit for something here. I'm not sure what. I could get a Lauren to deal with the Saga. I don't hate that. Could also get Opposition Agent or Bowmaster. Those are the three main ones standing out to me right now. Excuse me. I think I'm gonna go for Lauren. Yeah. Oh yeah, of course it's a Karn deck. Yeah. We do also have Spirit in play, notably, so that makes Lauren a little bit more enticing. Oh, geez. Gaia Reach Sanitarium. What is this about? Yeah, okay. We know exactly what they're doing right now. Are they gonna Sanitarium me right now? Sure. I already have cards I don't really want in my hand. I'm gonna keep Swords because this has the vibes of a there's like keep Swords for Hull Breacher. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, but I am stumbling on my words. They have a 1 ring. Yeah, sure. They can make a 3/3 construct. That's a very annoying size for that construct. That's pretty nice. Flash and Bowmasters discard the Recruiter to the Sanitarium trigger. And soon I'll get to Lauren to kind of make up for the annoyance. So I can't kill the construct. It means that I can attack with Thalia, but I think that's worse than just getting them lower now. Because I'm probably going to end up using the swords in the construct soon anyway. They won't draw a card because I have Spirit in play. So I cannot do that, unfortunately. So if I put them to... If I just kill the constructs, I put them to 13, 10, 8, 7, 6, 5. Could potentially put them to 4. This feels right to me. Alright, I have a Thalia, so never mind. I can't do anything. I'm just going to pass. We're all just forgetting about the creatures that I have in play. It's okay. It's getting to that time of night. Alright, now we can Lauren them. So now, if we kill the construct, they go 13. We'd be attacking for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. But we would deal 13 if we Lauren them to make them draw a card because they get pinged, and then the army is 1 bigger. So I think we go for lethal here. Right, because they will actually draw a card now because they didn't activate the Sanitarium. We will not draw a card, but that's okay because theoretically they're going to be dead. Yeah, I think we go for this. Okay, that is a way they live. Bummer. Okay. Do they still have Yorion in their hand? They do still have Yorion. Just doesn't matter. Alright, cool. We win that one, but I don't know what we're supposed to bring in at all. Probably another matchup where Plague Engineer comes in just because it's okay against constructs. Probably want some number of Thoughtseize against any deck playing Chrome Mox. Judgment may be okay because we saw Narset at least. Potentially Leyline because they could have Echo of Eons. It looks like they're more of a Days Undoing deck than an Echo one, but who knows. Decks like these, they could have both, for all we know. Cards I'm less interested in are Mom doesn't seem very good here. I also think I want to get rid of Jite and Sash. Everything else seems mostly good, at least fine. And maybe I want ley lines, but I'm not confident enough. Oh, I should bring in Pithing Needle also for Saga and Ring. To cut for that, it could just be Batter Skull. But then we have 4 Stoneforges with only 1 equipment, which is a little iffy. I guess this could be a matchup where we're cutting a land. It's just a lot less obvious what lands we really can cut. I guess we could cut the basic swamp against this deck. They don't have wastelands. Yeah, I'll give this a shot. This hand does not look very good on the draw at all. This hand looks worse. Okay, this hand looks good. I don't know what I bought him here. It's probably swords and... I wonder if we just put back Stoneforge and just have double Bowmaster. They are an Echo deck, so that might be right. Yeah, definitely not 100% sure. It might just be better to call it to check them, but knowing that their plan is just to cast Wheels, it makes me feel a bit better about having multiple Bowmasters. I think I'm gonna go for that. Alright, let's see what they got going on over there. Well, there's an Echo, and a Days Undoing, and a Bowmaster. I'm inclined to take... Oh, excuse me. I'm leaning towards taking the Bowmasters. Because it means that the Wheels in hand will be better for me than it is for them. Oh, we did cut basic swamp. Holy shit. That could have been a nightmare. Wow, I'm really dumb. Yeah. Whoops. It's okay. I forgot that you can't cut the basic swamp because of the Vista. Like, Gonjo is what I'm supposed to cut, yeah. I definitely should have cut that. I cut the swamp because I was like, well, we don't really need... I think we can afford to cut a land, and we don't necessarily need basic swamp against a deck that doesn't have wastelands, forgetting that, yeah, we need the basic swamp because we have prismatic vista and not a normal white fetch or whatever. Um, so yeah, I goofed. Yeah, it's fine if they get to Days Undoing though, because that I mean I get more cards out of that than they do. So leave them with Bowmasters so we get their Bowmasters. Yeah, okay, I can see that. All right, we're getting hecked up by the no second black source here because we should be able to Thoughtseize them, but I'm an idiot, so here we are. I'm just gonna Bowmaster the first construct that gets made here. Yeah, alright. I should have fetched before the Saga. Forgetting that. Again, I have fetch lands in my deck. Um, if I'm doing an Echo... It'd be really nice to be able to cast multiple spells, but we can't because I'm dumb. So let's figure out what the best one spell to cast is. We could just Swords the construct and attack, but I don't love that because it leaves us open to Hull Breacher potentially. Maybe that doesn't even matter actually. We could attack and then Bowmaster to trade up probably with the other Bowmaster is the most likely one. That seems fine. Uses our mana more effectively. I think I'm into that. I guess we could seize Thoughtseize and Plow, but I'm not sure. Do we know? No, they actually haven't played any of the cards they've drawn yet, so yeah, let's actually do that. Oh Jesus Christ. Okay. Is all literally just all wheels. So let's just get rid of this Karn and yeah, Swords of Construct and we'll attack. I'm just gonna play this Bowmaster main phase to get an extra damage out of it. Notably, Yorion is not a problem because we have Crocus in play. I guess they could reset their needle onto Crocus, but I would be happy with that for obvious reasons. So. Um, what do we want to do here? So we could flicker the needle, bounce Yorion, attack for 4. Um, that puts them at 7 and like kind of close to dead the following turn. We also get to Wasteland then the following turn with this Ancient Tomb being a big portion of their mana. I can't waste them and bounce Yorion. No, I'm not. I'm not saying I would waste Tomb. I'm saying I would waste another land because of the fact that the Tomb deals them damage. No, I would like to bounce it because it also means they have to. Yeah, they have to spend their mana doing it too. Yeah, and now they're just dead to attack all. They will block the Wisp because they have to, and then we just flash in Bowmaster for lethal. Alright, cool. And we're down to the last match of the evening. Don't Trilith. I was literally thinking Trilith. Whatever ritual you usually do, I'm gonna ask you to not do it this time. And then I only thought it and didn't say it, and now it's too late. So I mean, yeah, it is a dark ritual. Even occasionally a Cabal ritual, but not always. That's honestly, Toast, that's a good question. That is a very good question. I don't have an answer for you. This hand is okay. Kind of slow. It's got mostly good mana. Oh, excuse me. I think it's enough of a lands and spells hand that I'll keep it. Yeah, it does. If they're on mono red, it does lose to turn one Blood Moon. But notably, I don't think that prediction has been right a single time. Uh, so I don't give it too much weight because it just uses like what's the last deck they trophied with last deck they played in a challenge or whatever, and not everyone's like me and plays one deck for 10 years straight. So unless I know what they what deck they are likely playing based on who they are, I kind of tend to ignore it. This just looks like Delver of some sort. Could potentially be Grixis, Jeskai. No, I guess not necessarily Delver, but Volcanic Island Pass is definitely Delver vibes, if nothing else. I don't think it really matters which fetch I play, because I'm going to get a basic with either of them, so... Yeah, some people have been into Jeskai Delver with fourth Airlingus as like the big card drawing to Jeskai. I haven't seen it in action yet, but I see the appeal, if nothing else. Oh boy. It's neither. I have no idea what it is. Okay, I'm gonna... Yeah, okay. I'm gonna crack these. Just to be safe, I'm gonna go Plains Swamp. And we'll cast a Recruiter here. This will get a Stoneforge. If it resolves. It does not. Force pitches Ponder. Okay. This turn I'm happy to play Mom and Recruiter for a Stoneforge. Huh. Alright, I think we're back. Please say hello if you can hear me. Right, I was gonna Stoneforge. There we go. Very happy to not get Bowmastered end step there. It was definitely a concern I had when I was playing that turn. I think I'll just start by attacking to Fairy with Recruiter. See what happens there. Just takes the 2. Deal. Okay. I'll play Stoneforge. Get a Galdra. Playing a little hard into a Terminus here, but doesn't seem super likely. Oh, sure. That's what I'm playing hard into, I guess. Um, instant speed verdict. So that would have been a reason to cast the Thalia, actually. Because if we cast the Thalia, then it forces them to use the Supreme Verdict right away, because they only have 4 lands in play. And then we can also cast the Stone Forge, have both in play, and Crocus up to protect the Thalia. So, if I was thinking harder about what they were representing there, that would definitely be the better. Oh boy, here we go. Um, it's a better line there for sure. All right, here we go. Yeah. I guess I don't know if you can hear me, but I would try refreshing. Yeah. All right, so hopefully I am able to take the monarchy back soon. If not, might be a problem, but we'll see. Yeah, I should have played Thalia first there for sure. No question there. Okay. I'm not hopeful, but let's see if we're able to take the monarchy. I'll at least take it as a small victory if what is the oh, just another Supreme Verdict. Okay. Force pitch brainstorm on the Thalia. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna Skyclave this to Fairy then. Just got to get a body on board. The Wisp by itself just gets bounced, so. And hopefully we draw a land and we just get the Slam Cauldron. Excuse me. But we will see. Staff of the Storyteller. Okay. It does leave them with only so many options. Well, yeah, we're gonna Slam Cauldron here. Them just letting it resolve without even drawing a card off of staff is a little concerning, but we'll see. Sure. So they can trade off there. Um, yeah, okay. So that does actually work pretty well for them, unfortunately. Well, they gotta be careful, or I'll just kill them. I guess that's true for both of us, but okay, that's a bummer. Another staff is quite a lot. We have our own Bowmaster. Okay, I think we're gonna have to be casting our own Bowmaster here. I think we're gonna waste them off of red, put Yorion in our hands, hold up Bowmaster. We could double waste them, although that does telegraph a lot because it does. If we play the waste, they know that we could have just bought Yorion and cast it, so they know that we have something going up. So we have to consider whether it's worth giving them that info. But I think it's pretty easy to at least just waste the red source, put Yorion in hands. And then pass, yeah. I'm going to kill their Bowmaster, I think. Yeah, because that'll make it less risky when I get the Monarchy. They have a swords here, which... What makes sense? Oh, they have Snapcaster. Okay. Yes, that is true. I guess if they didn't have something, they would have had to draw twice. No blocks there. What do we have here? Stoneforge is okay. I think what I'm gonna do is yeah, I'm gonna start by wasting their open mana here. Okay, they didn't hold up anything, so never mind. Now I can reset Cauldra, have Crocus up. I can force a trade with something here, which seems okay, actually. Yeah, I think I'm actually okay with that. We have a million cards in hand, unfortunately. Is this a prismatic ending on the germ? Sure. Let's see what happens when we cast Stoneforge. Cool. Getting forced. That's kind of what I was hoping for, because I think the spirit is going to be a big deal. Can we afford to attack? I think the answer is... I think there's not worth the risk, is what I'm feeling right now. Okay, Bowmaster for the spirit sucks, but it's hard to play around everything when they have drawn as many cards as they have, so... Now they attack me for like 1 million. I think it's 9 actually. Oh geez. Alright. Well, it's definitely a good Bowmaster matchup. We just have to draw more of them. Yeah. Reality. Okay. Mom, I nowhere close to enough mana for that, unfortunately. As much as I would have liked to. I want Judgment. I think I want Engineer. Not sure that I need anything else. Again, I think I'll again think about Thoughtseizes just to cut down on X ones. I think Thalia in particular looks not great here. Spirit is obviously not great either, but I think their deck is trying to draw a bajillion cards, and I think having the full set of those draw hate pieces against them is gonna matter. I'm thinking about Needle on stuff also, yeah. I'm leaning towards no, mostly because Skyclave already doesn't have that many targets. So Skyclave is likely going to be hitting the staffs, in addition to the couple of Planeswalkers. So I think this actually looks fine to me. I also like cutting Mom since we saw Supreme Verdict, so I will board out no Yorions as any treat. I'm good. Alright. This hand sucks. This hand is better. This hand has a very clear weakness in that if our Stoneforge doesn't live, we're just not doing anything. But I think the fact that we have a Thoughtseize helps. They are also pretty weak to Wasteland, so... Let's give it a shot. Our Stoneforge Mystic is not living. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of. Yeah, I'll get rid of ending because it's the more versatile one. That really sucks. I'm not gonna cast this Stoneforge for a while. I want to actually like build a realistic game plan first. So we're just gonna kind of fumble for a bit, but at least they don't have anything going on either. So that is really not the hand I wanted to see. Oh, they're casting a staff too. That would be like a really annoying draw. Yeah, jeez. Really did not want to see that out of them. I am just going to put Yorion in my hand, honestly. I don't want to wisp the spirit token because it gives them a clean 1-for-1 off the Plague Engineer, which I'm not super thrilled about. And yeah, thankfully I don't have a follow-up here, so that at least gives me a little bit of wiggle room. I'm going to keep the Wasteland hidden for a little bit longer. I would like to really tag a red source in particular, so. Whew. Yep. What do we got here? Spirit of the Labyrinth. Notably, they are now. They did just miss a land drop, so I think we got to capitalize on that in some respect. I think we just start by wasting the Tundra here. Oh, beautiful. This definitely is not perfect. But I can at least now cast Spirit and Stoneforge. And put the screws to him a little bit. I don't really want to get Jite because they just have... Like, I'm not going to get counters on it anytime soon. I think I have to... I think I get Batterskull here. It's a threat I'll be able to put into play next turn if I draw a land, even if Stoneforge gets removed, which almost certainly will. Bad lands. Alright. His first swords... oh, they only have one white source. That's good. Okay. Alright, alright. Okay. All right, Stoneforge again. Yeah, we'll get Sash this time. Yeah, I'll put it in play. Make them name Cat with their Plague Engineer or whatever. It looks like Plague Engineer mana to me. Yep. There goes Cat. This is probably a Swords on the Stoneforge. Yes, it is. Okay. All right, land for Batterskull. Land for Batterskull. That is what I'm asking for. Nice. Right. See, we don't know anything about their hand anymore. Hopefully they don't draw another piece of removal. I think if they do, we're actually just dead. Exactly. Yeah, we are. I guess if it's Swords, we're alive. If it's Prismatic Ending, we're not. They thought Seize Me. Interesting. I think they want to take the Wisp here. I guess Yorion is close. Yorion and Wisp are pretty similar, so. Yeah, okay. They're at least down to one card, which gives me a little bit of hope. Vile is... This is really not the time I wanted to draw that card. I am going to attack, though. If they decide to trade with Plague Engineer, I'm happy with that. Gives me an excuse to put Wisp into play anyway. But I just want to gain some life, because I don't like being at 6 against a board that's like this. Yep. That's a little concerning. Okay, yeah. I think they just need to draw into Force here is the best thing that could happen. Or a Dress Down. Dress Down also works, I guess. That's gross. It's at least not a permanent answer to the Wisp, so they still have to find that, or else I can, like, put Batterskull on Wisp. Okay, sure. That does that. Ugh. We're not dead, but we need something good. That is not it, and that is going to be the end of the road for us. That was a really, really frustrating match. One thing I'm suddenly noticing is that we didn't draw Solitude, like, at all tonight. I'm actually I'm not going to go back and watch, but, like, I can't think of, like, a draw step where we saw a Solitude once. And that would have been huge in these kind of matchups where there's just a bunch of little idiots all around, and we just want to figure out a way to stabilize. But we just did not see it once. I don't think we had him in opening hands, and definitely like puts him on the bottom in mulligans, but I don't think we ever drew one. That's weird. All right, well that's 2-3-2s on the night. Not necessarily a result I was hoping for, but it's also one that's hard to be upset about for sure. The Black Splash feels really good. I'm gonna keep playing it for the time being. You can definitely tell, you definitely feel more in the games with as many 2-drops as you get to play with the Splash. Bowmaster is a very interesting card to both play with and against. And I think in terms of like overall impact of the format, I think it's in a sense good that the card is good against itself. It's both good and bad, but you know. Yeah, so had a pretty good run this evening. Like I said, I'll probably be running this back. Might make some small changes, but I don't even really have any that I can think of right off the top of my head. The list feels pretty well built. I think if anything, I'll just make sure my Bowmasters art matches next time. But anyway, I think that's gonna call it. Thank you everyone for stopping by and watching me play some Death and Taxes. It is my favorite deck in the whole wide world, and I'm glad that you wanted to come and watch me out of all the people that you could have seen. If you came in later, I stream every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern. Always playing some flavor of Death and Taxes. And I have a really good time doing it. If you want to, you can follow me on Twitter to get updates on the decks that I'm playing, my thoughts on the format, things like that. Type exclamation point Twitter in the chat. You should get a link to that. If you are interested in any of the articles that I've written about D&T, I started a Patreon earlier this year, late last year, where I go into some more long form writing about specific matchups, things about the deck in general. And you are welcome to subscribe, and I would be very appreciative if you did. I think that's it for my spiel. I think I'm going to head to bed because it's looking pretty late. Thank you all again for stopping by. At this hour, I don't think there's many people around, so I'm not going to sweat raiding anybody. I'm just going to head off. Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening.